Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I see that I forgot to change the name of something, which I will try to do here while I go through the introductions. Of course, my phone is going to move slower. All right. While I type a URL into my phone, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Mac84 Steve. It's the PC I twisted your arm into buying. Yes! We have Art Morris. Hi, Art. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. Frank says just in time for Just in Time and his Wheel of Regrets. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hi, Jeremy. We have Steve saying, if you break it, I'll buy it off you for what you paid, lol. Well, Steve, if I break it, then I'm going to sell it to you for more than I paid for it, because that would mean it was broken by an infamous YouTuber. Value. All right, we have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have Francois saying, ugh, I had to reload the page. It was in 44 minutes. Yes, YouTube will always YouTube. We have Steve laughing at my comment. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Gut Bomb. We have me trying to change the name of something here real quick. Oh, there we go. I can type tonight. Yay. All right, let's see here. Wow. That was fast. All right. We have the coffee tip jar. It's feeling a little low tonight. So don't forget to help save the potential regrets. The coffee link is in the description. Oh, we have Jesse, i8386SX. Yo. All right. And I was going to say that I wasn't going to do Wheel of Regrets tonight, but then I realized no one would probably believe me. So, without further ado,
ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
all right, and what do we have as our potential regret tonight? We have too loud. Oh no. Gutbum says not loud enough. Yeah, I asked Jeremy for the audio files for a reason, and that's because I was going to try to tweak the audio levels so that part of it's not too loud and part of it's not so quiet no one can hear it. I may have to ask Jeremy to maybe take another stab at recording it. Because there's part that Jeremy was wondering if anyone could hear, that the thing is, I don't think it's easy enough to hear. But it's actually kind of funny in a self-deprecating kind of way. Your mic is lower than the rest. Yeah, no. I can try to... Let's see if I can't maybe fix the gain a little. I regret this. Okay, turn it up a couple notches. Let me turn the tube gain down just a little bit. Okay, that's probably a little better. At least now I'm peaking to about the same level. All right, we had Frank S. and Thomas Armstrong both guessing tridents. Well, it could be trident cards. Ah, we have a super chat from Gutbomb. Bianca says, "Hi, Mario. It's me, Mario. Eep." Jeremy says, "My audio was a bit all over the place using my Bluetooth mic for that recording." Alright, and so that I don't accidentally show my address, because for anyone that was looking at the box thinking I got something from Cisco, no, it's not from Cisco. Although, Thomas and Frank were on the right track. Oh, we have Eric's Edge. Hi, Eric. Alright, any final guesses before I unroll the last roll of bubble wrap? I mean, you can sort of start to see what it is. Gutbomb says, "Lol, if that's a VIC-20 keyboard." Well, if it turns into a VIC-20 keyboard, then... then I'm in trouble. Eric's Edge says it's an Apple Talk card. Oh, wait a minute. Jeremy says Visa Local Bus VGA. Yes. And it is a Visa Local Bus VGA card. In fact, actually, wait a minute. I sure thought I looked at the photo carefully, and not that I'm complaining, but I sure thought this card was not pictured with extra RAM installed, although the photo was at an angle that it was really, really hard to tell. Oh, okay, I guess the extra memory was there in the photo. It was just at a really, really odd angle and kind of hard to see while I was half asleep. But yeah, sure enough, it's got the it's got the extra memory there. I guess I just forgot. So yes, we have an ATI Mach 32 card. Because, well, let's see here. There's I have so many expansion cards around the bench, and I just realized I forgot to bring one over here. Nope, that one I got here to borrow something off of it. Well, you might remember that you might have seen this card before on the chat. Well, not this card here, but this card here. And I had it sitting beside me so I could steal memory chips off of it if necessary. But yeah, this card here, well, is what's in this bag. Oh, we have Sadmac. Hi, Sadmac. Yes, we are on Wheel of Regrets. Well, I can set that off to the side. So, I have an ATI Mach 32 here, and I don't need to steal anything off the old card because we have the 2 megabytes of memory and whatever that chip is, and there's our Mach 32. So, of course, the only question is, does it work? And I guess, since we are in Wheel of Regrets, and the audience must know I'm looking for my Visa Local Bus motherboard. Okay, I think I see where it is. The one that is the handiest should be Or the box and all. Why not? Alright. So if you were watching Dave's stream on Sunday, you might remember that I pulled this motherboard out. Because I think someone was saying that that I was trying to say that I had an MVP motherboard, but they accidentally said VIP, I believe, in the context of things. So I pulled my VIP motherboard out. That's just simply the acronym for Visa Local Bus, ISA, and PCI. Don't get too enamored with this board. It is only a PC chips motherboard, I believe. But it does have actual cache on it, so this isn't one of those fake cache PC cheaps boards. It's actually maybe one of their more decent boards. I mean, it's got a nice UMC chipset on it, and it actually has real cache. And I mean, it is has a Visa Local Bus slot. Because face it, with onboard I/O, about the only thing you were going to do with Visa Local Bus would be a video card. Because PCI is going to PCI is probably going to give you everything else you want, or ISA. So, really not a big deal that there's only one Visa Local Bus slot. The one nice thing was the one slot motherboards, at least at the time I bought this, were going for way less than the like 2 and 3 slot VIP boards. Jeremy's like, PC chips brand board decent? I highly doubt that. Well, maybe it's not actually PC chips. It might be, maybe it's an ECS board. Well, I mean, they had to, I think occasionally they had to design at least a less awful board. Lest they go completely out of business way too quick. Oh, I'm sure there's compromises that were made on this board. Oh, hi Garth. Garth says, interesting looking 386. Well, we're in Wheel of Regrets. So, in Wheel of Regrets, I sometimes have to pull out interesting looking 386 boards. And I'll get to the, I see that a couple people entered the chat. I will scroll up momentarily as soon as I manage to plug this adapter in. This power supply, some of its Molex connectors are tired and harder to plug things into. Alright, so motherboard is plugged in. The black wires always go in the middle, otherwise you will be having a bad day. And by bad day, I mean you're probably going to damage your motherboard in ways that you didn't want to. Because basically, you'll short voltages onto the ground plane. That would be the executive summary of what will happen. Garth says, wasn't UMC chipset notoriously unreliable? Yeah, maybe it was. So, maybe in reality this isn't a great VIP board, and maybe that's why I got such a good price on it. It's because everyone else said, oh, it's a UMC chipset. Gutbomb says, I want a VIP board that also has AGP. I am not sure if any of those were ever made. We have... Jeremy says, ECS, PC chips, Amtron, same difference. Yeah, that's why I said, I can't get anything past you, Jeremy. Francois says, my 46 runs Windows 3.1 again now. Cool. It had Calmira 2 installed. Hi, Foxhound477, welcome. Francois says, seems it can have a composite output. Actually, that is a, yeah, that's like some 9-pin connector. And I don't know what it was for, because I don't know if ATI ever populated it. But anyways, alright, let's see what the motherboard does. Oh, there's one more thing I can do, assuming I can find where I put it yesterday. I found my post card. So now at least I can plug my post card in. And I'll plug it in PCI so I can at least see it. And I'll plug its speaker in. So if this board decides to just beep incessantly, we'll all hear it. Or if it gives like a beep for video card. Oh. Hold on. Actually, I think that's the speaker right there. Okay. So, 3, 2, 1. Alright, we are getting postcodes. And Garth says, VLB, ISA, PCI, AGP, EISA, MCA, new bus, can you imagine? Alright, we are stuck at postcode 2A. And I don't have a video signal. Nope. Alright, we're counting RAM. I still don't see a video signal. Am I on the right input? Hello, scaler. Alright, let's make sure the scaler is... Alright, well, let me make sure I... Francois says, sure it's VLB, wasn't there some competing bus that had the same connector? Yes, I do know that this card definitely is a Visa Local Bus card. You are not mistaken, though. There was another expansion bus that had a very similar connector, but I do know that this one is Visa Local Bus. In fact, the ROM chip says as much. But yes, no, there actually was some early 486 boards that had something that looked like Visa Local Bus. I think John, the big bad biologist, worked on one and tried to put a Visa Local Bus connector on one, and I don't think it ended well. All right. Oh, okay, I just noticed something on the back of this card. I don't think that we're going to get a video image from this card. Yeah, alright, well, let's flip the card over. And I guess I'm going to... I just realized it. So this is going to probably have to go back to the seller because... Well, I gotta look at the description. Because if they said this was tested working, I think you all probably can see the area of concern, and I will zoom in on it. But we have a very deep scratch. Let's see what the seller said. the seller said, all right, free returns. Untested, appears to be in fairly good condition. And the seller conveniently didn't take a photo of the back of the card. Figures. Well, I guess I'll be reaching out to the seller and let them know that I just opened the card and that it's got a deep, huge... That says check continuity. Well, I will try to check continuity, but we have 3 traces that might be affected. Okay, that's superficial. And I don't know what those 3 traces are, other than one of them is, well, one of them I think is going to... Oh, well, that's a whole bunch of not installed jumpers, so... No, one of those traces is going to... Oh, okay, one of these traces is going to have a set of vias here. And it looks like it is the leftmost pin. Let me see if I can find that via on the other side. That's somewhere... Arg. Well, I'm not sure which of these vias it actually is, because... Oh, it must be right up here. Or somewhere. Do I have another card that's identical? I do, but it has an inner layer delamination. Alright, let's check continuity. So it looks like... Okay, it looks like I see a vias for all 3 of these traces. I don't know what the identical card's going to get me, because there's a reason why I bought this card. And that's because my other card that's identical has an inner layer delamination. Use the other card for visual... What? The other card doesn't have scratches there. Also, I can see where these 3 traces go, Jeremy. I don't need to pull the other card out. It's contained in the bag so that I don't mix it up with this one. Francois says, microscope. I'm just going to pull out the multimeter for now, because I think I can see where all 3 of these traces go. So this one is going here, I believe. And it also goes to this via here, I believe. And apparently there's still continuity there. Okay. So that must be a superficial scratch. Okay, we have this one here. And that goes to here. And we do not have continuity. Francois says, or as I said, desolder the bad card, scan all layers, ask someone to make a reloaded version and probe the good one for reference for open board data. That sounds like more than I'm willing to go through. That sounds expensive. I mean, if someone wanted to... I mean, if I had someone that was going to volunteer to do that, I would probably send them the bad board, because that's how convinced I am that there's an interlayer delamination. But yeah, we have 2 broken traces on this card. Hi, 1-bit. Someone said games, yes, but not on this card, because there are 2 broken traces. And well, I guess they're well, 1-bit, there's one problem with that, and that's, I think, pretty much that the seller implied that this card was working. Oh, good night, Garth. I, as a general rule, don't like to try to fix cards that sellers say or imply are supposedly working until, well, I can't ask them for a partial refund, but they didn't disclose the gouge on the back of the board. I probably wouldn't have bought this card had I known there was a gouge on the back of the board, because I wanted a working card. I didn't want to pay $50 for a card that had a huge gouge on the back of the board. Because, yeah, I'm looking at their description, and it says, untested, appears to be in fairly good condition. They do not disclose any scratches. They conveniently didn't take a photo of the back of the board. Yes, says that catch-22. I mean, one of these 2 traces, it looks like would be fairly easy to fix, because it is a huge trace. The other one is smaller. Although I can see the vias where they both go. Unfortunately, the complicating factor is these traces are right behind the chip. Frank S. says, what does the condition say? Does it say used? Used says working condition. It says the condition is... Alright, I'm trying to... I don't think they set a condition. Wait, can they not set a condition? They did not set a condition. I didn't notice that. So here we go. Condition, nothing. Although they did also not represent the amount of RAM correctly. Jesse says, once it's in the parts category, it doesn't matter what the condition or description says, unfortunately. Well, the other thing is, though, they say it returns. So seller accepts returns. The category is... Well... They put this in the vintage parts and accessories category. Jesse says once it's in the parts category, it doesn't matter what the condition or description says, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not in the parts not working category. It's in the vintage parts and accessories category. So, as far as I can tell... Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the eBay seller a quick message here. And we will see what they say. If they ask me to return the card, I will have to think about it long and hard. Alright, contact the seller. Contact seller. And let's see here, and I've got some photos. 1, 2, 3, and alright. I insert eBay username here. I received the Mach 32 video card. Unfortunately, it has a large gouge, on the back, and my iPhone, okay, and there is no video signal coming from the board when I tested it. I attached pictures of the video card as received. Please advise. Thanks. Justin. Alright, done. And send message. Alright. Alright. We will see what the seller says. In the meantime, we're going to hold this card to the side because there's not much else I can do with it. So the regret score is pending. Alright. So I will set this off to a safe spot and we will see what the seller says. Because... yeah, Jesse says, sounds like you're in the clear. Hi, Joe. Welcome. And hi, Scarlet the Four-Eyed Cuda. Welcome. There's one fancy Vic 20. Yeah. Alright. I did have one other thing I bought on eBay, but it's just a boring empty case. So we're moving on to the main event. Seller says, is that anything like Simon says? Well, I guess it could be. It's also the courtesy to, like... Jesse says that's one fine-looking barbecue pit. It's also the opportunity for the seller to, like, I don't know, probably not recognize me as someone that repairs cards and say, hey, do you want to take a shot at repairing it first? Or more likely they'll I don't know, sometimes they like just apologize and take care of the problem immediately, and sometimes they want the card back. And there's also the chance they'll accuse me of damaging it, but we'll see what they say. So far, when reaching out to sellers about things like that, none of them have outright accused me of doing it, so who knows? But per eBay policy, my note did not ask for a partial refund at all. I can't do that. The seller can offer it, but I can't ask for it. So they could, if they ask for the card back, I don't know, I will think about it because, well, I bought it thinking it was a shot at a working card, not this thing has a huge gouge on the back that's means that it's a repair candidate. So that's kind of the trade-off I have to make for things like that. And while sure it'd be nice to have a Mach 32 card that works, well, I don't know that trading a card with an internal delamination for a card that's got a gouge on it was exactly what I had in mind. So your thoughts in the chat are always appreciated. Anyways, so we now have the KLH computer that I got at the swap meet because Steve peer pressured me. So, if anyone's curious, this is made by Premier Innovations Inc. and KLH Computers, made in Taiwan. I do not know who Premier Innovations Inc. is, but this is model Square 386SX-16. Jeremy says, Scarlett says, delamination is making me wait. Jeremy says, external damage is repairable. Yes, Jeremy, but remember, I paid for a card that was only untested, looks to be in good condition, and there's a huge scratch on it. So Joe says, no operator serviceable parts. I smell a challenge. Ah, Jim's Retro Stuff. Hello, all. Hello, Jim. Yes, we have a challenge because, as you might be able to tell by the greenish stains, that this computer has had a Varda battery in it. Also looks like it's had a spider in it, because there was a spider web. So, as we saw last week when I powered this computer up, it does power up. So, we do have this wonderful, yes, this is a, like, foam, actually, I think this is like a plastic shield with foil on both sides. Or maybe it's metal, I can't tell. But anyways, yeah, an open frame power supply guarded by a thin, flimsy shield. Yeah, that's... But at least it made it easy to check for REFA capacitors. There were none. We have a Seagate hard drive that did spin up. We'll have to pull it out. We have a floppy drive that I don't know if it works or not, but my head's covering the slight signs of corrosion there. We have... Oh, we have a sticker here. KLH Econo EC Ecno 1 892. Anyways, here's our Ahead graphics. I'm hoping that these will help me be ahead in the gaming. It is the Ahead V5000-50 PC-B. I did find a little info on that chip today. I think it's your standard VGA compatible chipset. Jeremy says, an engineer from Commodore must have jumped ship for that flap. Who knows? The floppy drive has plenty of jumper settings on it, so I guess that's good. We will remove the floppy drive for safekeeping. I'll probably have to clean it. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and remove the hard drive. Oh, no, I will not be removing the hard drive. It does appear as if it is actually attached with screws. Oh, it is screwed in from the bottom, so I guess I will have to unscrew it from the bottom. Scarlett says, good thing it is the ahead version, much better than the behind version, yes. Speaking of behind, the Varda battery has left behind some green stuff on the case, but someone has attempted to clean it up, but there were like 2 traces that probably warrant further investigation. Actually, maybe a few more than that. May have to get my scrubbing isopropyl alcohol is. Jeremy says the worst is the bringing the rear version. Yes. Alright, so I am going to remove the motherboard so I could inspect the Varda remains. Now, alright, so we have the Headland Technology HT21C chipset, which I believe is a 286 386 chipset because this board apparently has support for the 286 as well. Yay! But we have a 386SX-16. And there's our math coprocessor socket. And, alright, let me take a board photo so that I remember where the LED plugs into on the front. Although it is marked hard drive, so hopefully I would remember. Oh, but that's neat. It looks like I could also put the hard drive for Mod 1, Fax 1, or LAN 1, which leads me to believe that there might be some... No, I was about to say maybe there's some unpopulated capability, but no, there is an onboard serial port. I don't know that this board is documented anywhere, so... Also, that's interesting. There are 2 floppy connector. Oh! Oh yeah, I guess that cable is just long enough that you could have a second floppy drive. Ew, there is... Oh, there is something liquidy on that floppy cable. Good thing I am taking this apart. That will need to be cleaned off, because I bet that is battery juice. And yes, that would be the technical term for it. Hey, we have RetroTech Chris. Hi, Chris. Alright, so let's remove this hard drive here. It is a Seagate. It's actually one of the Seagate XT compatible hard drives, but it's also AT compatible. I guess for those times when you need an XT drive. I might even have a computer that this drive would work with. I might not have a computer that this drive would work with. It just all depends on what the XT class computer has in its BIOS for the supported hard drive. RetroTech Chris says, if you need a 16-bit SCSI card, I probably have you covered. Well, that is good to know, Chris, because although I do have a 16-bit SCSI card beside me, I could use another. Because after all, why put SCSI in one computer when you can put SCSI in two computers for twice the pain? I mean, fun. Alright, so we got the hard drive out. I guess let me... okay, I guess I can leave that cable in. Well, that is certainly good that the power supply is still in here because it is a proprietary pinout. Hey, we've got a Sloopy Malibu in the chat. Sloopy says, SCSI rules. Retrotech Chris says, it's kind of SCSI. Really. Jeremy says, I've been wanting a 16-bit SCSI card with a floppy controller on board. And Chris says, I might have one of those. Gutbomb says, I've been playing with SCSI all day today. It does indeed rule. Retrotech Chris says, I bought it to troubleshoot my Bernoulli drive. I could have guessed. My two guesses were going to be, there was one in that bunch of SCSI cards you just picked up, and you bought it to troubleshoot the Bernoulli drive. I should have known. Alright, there's one more cable here. I don't know what it goes to. It might be a power LED. It might be a reset button. So, just in case there is polarity, I took a picture of it. It's probably just the reset button, so clarity is probably not important reinstalling it. Alright. Let's remove the screws holding this board in. It looks like there are four screws holding it in. See, Steve, if you had bought this computer, it would have been an easy to disassemble one. See? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 little screws. And then watch me find that there's probably like a 5th screw hiding under something. No, I don't think there's a 5th screw hiding under something, but I believe... Oh! The, card... The card bracket comes out with the board. Alright. Cool. Jeremy says this main board reminds him of one he saw in an NCR system. Well, it is quite possible that this might have been like it, because I suspect this board was probably used in multiple computer models. Alright, at least we got the board out. The copper shield... Oh, there's a plastic piece under the board, so not too bad. Looks like all the corrosion got cleaned up. I'm not going to worry about the power supply. It looks fine for now. But I do want to look at this motherboard for longevity. Because I want to see if I can't clean up some more of this corrosion. Because I don't know how well it was. Francois says the jumper site doesn't have it. Yeah, the RetroWeb does not have this board. In fact, actually, an update on the XT board that I had on Wheel of Regrets last Thursday, I believe it was. I did submit the BIOS and the board photos to the RetroWeb, so at least now they do have photos of that board. I also think I discovered that the keyboard connector goes straight to the chipset, so I have given it the regret score of regretfully broken, because I don't think I'm going to be able to fix the board because it looks like the keyboard controller is built into the chipset. If anyone saw that big chip beside the keyboard connector, that was actually the floppy controller. Which is too bad, because if that was the keyboard controller, then I could have probably fixed it. But no, keyboard controller is built into the chipset, and it's an obscure chipset. Jeremy says he's already forgotten how many RAM slots are on this board. There are 4 30-pin SIM sockets for RAM, and then there are 6 unpopulated DIP20 sockets for VRAM. Although I think they're 44 256s. And I, last night, tried to find my stash of 44 256s, and I could not. So, one of the first things that the tip jar is probably going to go to get is a tube of 44 256s that appear to be new old stock that are actually not located in China. That, and I'd like to get a tube of benchmark chips from a seller that is also not located in China. And Francois says, doesn't look too bad. Well, it looks like the corrosion got underneath the solder mask here and here and here. So I think I do need to kind of grind this down, and although I think I'm probably just going to find out that all I need to do is just apply some fresh solder and solder mask, because I don't think the traces are broken, but I do need to make sure that it doesn't corrode more. Yeah, this is a 386SX board. Yeah, Jeremy, I need DIP 20. SOJ will not help. I need DIP 20. And the sockets are like way close together to try to do an adapter. And the way the memory modules need to go in are like really weird. I mean, I don't think it's unprecedented, but it is kind of odd. Francois says, I mean, I've seen worse. I think he's probably referring to the board he's been working on. Yes, I think I can agree with you. I'm just trying to get everything off the board, and then I'll probably take the... Well, this diode has a green spot on the end. So I'll probably replace it at some point, but not tonight, because I don't know what kind of diode it is. Probably I'll wait until it actually has trouble for something like that. Because I think as long as I can make sure that the the battery electrolyte is off the board, and that there's nothing between under the solder mask that can continue to degrade the board, I think it's fine. I'm not worried about the green staining on the case. Yeah, Jeremy says it looks like the battery was removed just in time. I would agree, yes. But I figured I would clean this first because I was going to then, before I do anything to the board, I was going to take some pictures of it so I could submit this board to the RetroWeb. Because it's not in their database. Although it has 2 ISA slots. The one thing I didn't do was, like, I thought that there would only be 1 ISA slot because I thought it had a standard riser, but the way the riser works, if it's in their database, it might be listed as 2 ISA slots. 16-bit. Okay, so the bottom side of the board, honestly, there was a little bit more on the bottom side that I may end up scraping that down if this doesn't come off. Again, to make sure there's nothing underneath the solder mask that can continue to degrade it. Jeremy says Ron's battery thing would probably be a good thing this board. Well, I'll just probably replace it with a coin cell battery. I don't have one of Ron's boards. I got some other Varda battery replacement boards, though, on hand. And I think I managed to find a coin cell holder for it. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button if you like me buying swap meet potential regrets. That luckily someone removed the battery before it could do too much damage. Because, yeah, if it had, there are a bunch of traces near this edge of the board. This could have been catastrophic for this board had it not been removed sooner. Of course, I'll have to be careful removing the solder mask. There's still a chance for messing up. Something a bit more substantial than... Oh, wait. I'm going to pull out something special for this board if I can find it. Where did I see it the other day? Oh, no, it wasn't in the drawer. It was on the shelf. I found a toothbrush. Which I will... All right. I have some of your VardaCure battery boards, Jeremy, but there's actually one I like a little better. Your board's good, but I've got some boards that are a bit more low profile. Well, they use a diode that doesn't drop the voltage as much. I should get you that part number, and maybe you can redesign your board to use that same diode. The one nice thing about your board is I think it uses the... Hold on, I got some of your board here. thought I had some board here. Oh, yeah, I don't think I can use your board because of where the battery is, because yours uses a battery that stands up on end. I think for this board, I think I've got to use one of... which means I'm going to have to find the battery holders for them. I need to use one of these boards that uses a coin cell battery that you insert the battery on the side, because the coin cell battery style that sticks up would block putting a drive in that bay. I think I've got some that'll actually fit your board, Jeremy. But the problem is, it'll stick up too tall. Well, this coin cell holder's been soldered on before, so the pins are slightly bent. But unfortunately, this is too tall to fit where it needs to go in the case. So I got to use a flat one that uses a battery that's flat. Because otherwise, I would never be able to put any drive in the second drive bay. And considering this case has a faceplate that doesn't belong to it on the second drive bay, I'll probably put a second drive in it to disguise the fact that someone put the wrong drive bay on it. Or I'll put a Blue SCSI drive bay cover on it. Although, you know, it could be cool to have an internal zip drive in a 386. If I could find a matching floppy drive, I'd just put 2 floppy drives in it and be done with it, but I don't know that I'd ever find a floppy drive that matches. But yeah, the battery's here on the board, but unfortunately, this is where the second drive goes, right here. So that, because these standoffs have 2 pegs on it, because it holds both drives. So Chris says, I have a very special zip drive. It is a zip CD drive. Props to iOmega for trying to stay relevant. In the face of adversity, iOmega, trying to stay relevant, introduces the iOmega Zip CD. 650 megabytes of your favorite data on Write Once Media. Gone are the days of those pesky zip disks that only hold 100, 250, or 750 megabytes of data. Now you can have a CD with the durability of plastic itself. Call now, supplies are limited. Retro Tech Chris says, Click of Death sold separately. Batteries not included. Call your call your local iOmega dealer now. Yes, Francois has seen right past my sales pitch and says, Scratch of Death is much greater than Click of Death. RetroTech Chris adds, Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Frank S. asks, what do we get if we call in the next 5 minutes? Call now in the next 5 minutes and we'll add as second iOmega Zip CD 650 absolutely free of charge. Just pay an extra shipping and processing fee. Jesse says rated PG-13. Yeah. Chris says you get a free extended vehicle warranty. That's a free extended vehicle warranty with a $20,000 repair deductible. Or a yeah. Chris says that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. Chris says, who moved my keys? Ah. Alright, so now that I have tried to clean this board ever so lovingly, I'm going to remove the IDE cable just so it's not in the way. So I am going to attempt to take a halfway decent photo of this board before I do anything else to it. Let me see if I can't. Maybe put something under it that is not going to reflect light. And that, maybe that would be the top. Well, you can see the outline of where a monitor probably sat at one point, but that is at least not like uber reflective. There we go. So I'm going to take some photos for the retro web. I'll probably take more once I repair the board, but I just want to go ahead and take photos of the board as I received it, just in case. All right, let's see here. Try to. There we go. Try to get in as close as I can without cropping the board. All right. I usually take a photo of like labels and important things. They don't have a photo of the graphics chip, so yes, the RetroWeb has cool stuff now, like photos of chips. So we'll take a photo of that. I guess we'll go ahead and get the chipset. This label here with the processor. There's no label in the BIOS. Got an SMC controller. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's probably the real-time clock chip. Okay. Jeremy says, in the system's current status, it is a 286. No, it is a 386, Jeremy. This is a 386 computer. The 386SX is a 386 processor. It might only have a 16-bit data bus, but it is a 386 processor. Unlike the wonderful, like 486, or not, 486 SLC processors that I could argue is a bit more questionable if it's actually a 486. But yeah, the 386SX processor is a 386 processor. Now, one could argue the chipset is really a 286 chipset. Yeah, I'd probably agree with you. It's the Headland HT22. I think it's one of their 286 chipsets that they added a little bit of 386 support to, but no, this actually has an Intel 386SX-16 on it, so 486 SLC seems like a 286, 386, 486 mix-up. Yeah, the thing is, from what I can tell, the 386SX has all the transistors in it of the 386DX, or most of them, but it's got a 16-bit data bus, so Retrotech Chris says to Jeremy, what you really need is a Cyrix Media GX. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what you need, Jeremy. Now, if you want to talk about deception and marketing mumbo jumbo, the Media GX, you might think that the Media GX is a Pentium processor because it's got MMX instructions. But if you look at its history, the Media GX processor was actually a derivative of Cyrix's 5X86 processor, which was for 486 motherboards. So the Media GX processor is really a 486 with MMX instructions. Prove me wrong. Jeremy says, I had an IBM Blue Lightning, but it's Justin's now. Oh, yeah, yes, Jeremy, yes, I have it. It's in one of my motherboards. I think it's, oh, yeah, Chris says, I want to say the Media GX has a proprietary pinout too. Oh, yes. Yeah, do not put a Media GX processor in a normal Socket 7 motherboard, or you will not have a working Socket 7 motherboard. You might also not have a working Media GX processor, but I think I've got a Media GX processor that was put in a Socket 7 motherboard, and the processor survived. The motherboard did not. Jeremy says, I had a Media GX and promptly donated it back to Goodwill. Well, I have a Media GX and I bought a case for it. That was the boring case I didn't want to show during Wheel of Regrets. Yes, I actually bought a case for a Media GX computer. Oh, what am I doing now? I am, was going to pull the ROM chips and dump them because I wanted to inspect the sockets. Because there's like something green under this one. Chris says, I have a compact Presario 2100 desktop. The most substandard computer on Earth. It has a Media GX at its core. Is that your computer that has no expansion slots? So you are stuck with what Compaq decided you would get on board? Yeah, that is... Yeah, no expansion slots. So you better like the Media GX's video and audio, because that's all you getting. In fact, does it have a secondary IDE channel? Jeremy says, are you going to build a Media GX system? Now, Jeremy, we have to explore the computers that maybe are abusing the term computer, but they let people afford them. Chris says, ooh, good question. I don't think it has secondary IDE. To get it on my network, I had to use a Zircon Pocket Ethernet 3. Yeah. Alright, does anyone want to guess what size EEPROM this is? Ooh, yeah, the socket has a little bit of green on it. Ah, wonderful. Alright, well, at some point I may replace that socket, but actually it looked like contact cleaner took care of the problem, so I guess it's not that bad. And yeah, I'll take this. I think this is a gal or a pal chip out. All right, I'm just while I'm pulling things out, I am also working on making sure this board gets documented properly. In case someone out there has one of these boards and they're like, my Varda ate my BIOS chip. I really wish I could program a new BIOS for it. So soon, RetroWeb. Very soon. Okay, so the BIOS chip is a NM27C, and of course the label had to rip in half, but it's like a blank label, so there's like nothing really special about it. It is a 27C 128. Alright. 27C 128. 128. NM is going to be National Semiconductor, I believe. NM27C 128, DIP 32. And read. Whoops. Oh, that's weird. I got a bad pin warning. Alright, let's try that again. Retry. Bad pin. Let me contact clean the BIOS chip. Contact cleaner and the programmer. Alright. NM27C. Oh! I misread the chip. It's not a 27C128, it's a 27C512. That makes a lot more sense. Wait a minute. Oh, I just got another... Hold on. NM27C 512Q. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. So it is a 28 pin dip. It says pin 19 is bad. Pin 19 looks totally fine. Alright. 27C 512 Q. Maybe the Q is important. Read. Add pin 19. Oh, that did not read out right. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Well, the chip looks fine. It's a 27C512Q. NM 27C512Q. And I'm getting a bad pin error. But the pins look fine. Could be my programmer. All right, I'll push down on it maybe. Read. Add pin 18. That's not, unfortunately, the pin that's having a read error is not the pin that was corroded. I may pull out my other programmer because, well, that is weird. Pin 18 seems fine to me. Well, maybe pin 18's a little tarnished. All right. I don't really want to take the fiberglass pin to it unless I have to. I do know this computer booted last time, so I'm pretty sure I should be able to get a readout of it. All right, I'm going to swap programmers. Just in case there's something gone wrong with the ZIF socket. I believe I got to restart the programmer software to do this. All right. So Windows should... Oh, it may not have drivers for this. Chris says, worst case, I could probably dump it using DOS. Tools, device. Oh, programmer unavailable. Hold, please. I gotta try to figure out why. Oh, let me guess. Probably because I told Windows I didn't trust the publisher. So that probably means... Alright, hold please while I go download the TL8662 drivers. Actually, we'll just download. Oh, wait. You know, I could probably just reinstall this. Worst case, I'll find a way to read it in DOS. Although it is kind of worrying me that it won't read it. Alright, probably help if I sort the downloads by name. XG Pro. No, I don't want to look for an app on the App Store. Just use 7-zip. There we go. There we go. Alright, I should have drivers now. Well, I thought I should have drivers. Alright. Update driver. Browse. Fine, we'll do this the hard way. C. XG Pro. Drivers. Oh. That's probably where the drivers are. Never mind. Oh, there we go. Let's try that next. Oh. Fine. Driver install 64. Oh, run as administrator, of course. That's why that didn't install. Hold, please. Update driver. Where's refresh on device manager? Alright, fine. Driver install. Run as administrator. Next. Finish. Scan for hardware changes. We're setting up Mini Pro TL866 programmer. This is the most captivating thing. I'm just trying to install drivers for a programmer. Ah, it is ready to go. Excellent. Okay, now will the software see it? No, I don't think it did. Alright. Probably because this is not the programmer I thought it was. Alright, fine. Alright. Hold, please, while I continue to fool with drivers. Because apparently, this is not the TL866 that I thought it was. Alright. www.autoelectric.com .cn and hopefully that will load. Yes, I can read that website. No, I can't. There we go. Now it's in English. Now I can read it. About TL866. I believe I want the web overseas link, I think. And that took me to the same application. Oh, there we go. That's the one I wanted. I just have the TL866. Okay. Mini Pro setup 685. Oh, I already have that downloaded. All right. Let's try this again. Mini Pro 685 setup. Mini Pro. Oh, there it is. Oh. And let's see here. Delete C. Install. All right. Oh, before installing, please remove USB device. All right. Install. All right. So now, if I plug the programmer back in, and oh, hi K-Mac, welcome. I am trying to get the Mini Pro to work. Come on. Where's the program folder? Let me guess, it didn't create a program folder. No, of course it didn't create a program folder. All right, let's try this again. All right, 27C512, National Semiconductor, 27C512Q DIP28 select. All right, read. All right, so got an ID error. All right, so I'll turn off check ID, read. Oh, hold on. It helps to insert the chip in the programmer, doesn't it? Yes, it does. All right. So with the chip not in the programmer, we read nothing. It's also why the ID check failed. All right, so we're going to read it again. Read. Oh, the ID check failed. Okay. Read. And, oh. This programmer. Well, that's weird. Okay. NM. Oh. I think I had the wrong chip selected. All right. Let me do read. All right. Turn off check ID because it. That doesn't look right. Oh, golly, that I don't think that read out right at all. All right. 27C 512Q, 27C512. NM. I think I'm going to have to try to power this up and see what happens, because alright, so I know I'm putting this, yeah, just contact clean the programmer, because why not? Alright, read. Copyright Phoenix Technologies. Oh, this is not reading out right at all. Oh, please tell me I didn't make a mistake by removing this from the socket. Okay. Alright, I plugged the XG Pro back in because that's not the problem. Okay, so I'm going to put the chip back in again. Okay. 27C512. Alright, it is an NSC NM27C512 DIP 28. And I'm going to read it. And I'm getting a bad pin 18. Fine. I'm going to set the board to the side, because I'm going to get the fiberglass pin out and very carefully try to clean the pin a little bit, because well, that's a, oh, well, I may only be able to clean the pin that it's complaining, the two pins it's complaining about. So that's pin, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 do look a bit grimy. All right. Now will it read? Bad pins 18 and 19. That. $14, $15, $16, $17, $18, and $19. Okay. These would have to be some of the cleanest pins ever. And it read it. I don't know that it read it right, but although it is verifying. Okay, it is reading consistently. Now, the one thing that's bothering me is the fact that in the copyright statement, it says .at PWrite, which looks a bit odd, but what am I to say? All right, well, I will save this, and maybe I'll try cleaning the pin again. Okay. Or actually, maybe what I should do here. I got an idea. Okay, so the system worked last week. I wanted to kind of clean some things, but maybe this is the point of the live stream where I put the ROM chip back in. Just cleaning the fiberglass pin stragglers off the bench. And let me toss this into the trash can. There we go. All right. Let's actually try to... Well, first, let me find the half of the case that matters. There it is. Half the case that matters is the half of the case that has the power supply in it. All right, let's put the board back in so that I can at least power it up. It's got a proprietary power supply. I'm not going to worry about reconnecting much of anything. I will put the ground back on the board. Why do I get the impression the chat is misbehaving tonight? I don't know. I will reconnect the ground, because that could be important. I will reconnect the power supply. I'm not going to put anything else on the board other than the BIOS chip. And we'll make sure it boots. And if it boots, I will find a compact flash card that I have with my customized DOS bench on it. And we'll read out the BIOS in DOS. All right. There's that. Let me find my PS2 keyboard. Because, yeah, this computer actually uses PS2 keyboards. I will use this nice compact one with the internet keys that this computer would probably be like, what? If I tried to push one. All right. So, 3, 2, 1. Oh, you know, it'd probably help if I plugged the VGA cable in. And it beeped. Oh, there we go. And you can't see it, but it actually did. Much to my relief, it actually did post. That's good. So let me find a compact flash card that has my customized DOS bench on it. . I think that this box that had my VIP motherboard in it actually has said compact flash card in it. Although it is a 1 gigabyte card, so it may actually not, this computer may not actually like the card. And if that's the case, I will have to go find, I think I've got a smaller card with it as well, and you can't see anything I'm doing. Alright, there we go, table cam. So I'm going to plug the compact flash card in. I'm going to locate pin 1 on the motherboard. There it is. I am going to hopefully remember which is pin 1 on this adapter, because I always plug it in backwards. Oh, there we go. I think that is the correct direction. Oh, and the power connector is too close to the IDE port. I can't actually... Oh, wait, no. That's not the problem. Yes, that is the problem. Ah! I can't actually plug this adapter into the board. It's... Oh, there we go. There we go. I got it. Okay, let's see if I can get it to detect. We have 4 megabytes of RAM on this board. Alright, let's see here. CMOS checksum fail. Oh, the battery's dead. Okay. Real-time clock fail. Battery's dead. Alright, function 2 for setup. Alright, hit any key to continue. Yeah, we'll, Oh, left, right to change. Alright, we'll tell this computer it's in 2024. 30th. July. Alright, and why not? 9 o'clock is going to be 21. 49. Alright, so we have no floppy drive installed. Hard disk is... Let me remember that it's set to type 35. Something tells me that default is probably the settings for the hard drive that was in it. Let's see if this has a user type. Yes, it does. Alright, so this card is... do I have another one of these cards that I... So one thing I do when I go through the trouble of figuring out the geometry of compact flash cards is I write on the back of the card. I know it's probably going to be small, but I write the geometry on the back of the card so that then if I got the card in the adapter and I don't remember what the geometry is supposed to be, then I can look at the back of the card. Alright, good night, Frank. So this card should be, I hope I can use the number keys here, 1986. Heads is 16, sectors is 63, and that should be the geometry of this card. Alright, CPU speed is fast, BIOS shadow, we'll leave this off. Coprocessor is not installed. Function 10 to exit. Alright. Oh, okay. Oh, that card may not be bootable. Alright, wonderful. Okay. Either that card is not bootable or this computer does not like it. One or the other. Alright, let me see if I got something else this computer might like better. That will boot. Or we can install DOS on the hard drive. Let me first see if I got something this computer will actually boot. And barring that, I'll see if I've got a slightly larger hard drive. Because 40 megabytes is too small for this computer. Here we go. I've got a 512 megabyte card. It'll probably like this one better. 993-1663. Also, I know it's bootable. Oh, is it Control S? There we go. Okay. Now you're probably wondering how in the world it remembered with no battery. And that would be because there's a capacitor that lets you that holds the settings for a brief period. Even when there was a rechargeable battery, apparently there was a capacitor. I guess maybe that was to just make sure it stayed up. Here we go. Alright, I'm seeing hard drive activity. I wasn't seeing that at first. It's also possible I need to use a different adapter. Yeah, I don't think this adapter is making good contact with the IDE port. So let me see if I've got a compact flash to IDE adapter that's not in something right now that uses a cable. I thought I ordered one recently, but I put it in something. No, it's not actually booting. Please. Oh, it finally gave up trying to boot. Maybe I got that. Maybe that adapter's in backwards. Well, I guess I could try putting it in the other way and see if maybe I did accidentally. Alright, maybe the adapter is in backwards. I thought I used an IDE cable to align the notch on the adapter with pin 1 on the board, but honestly, it seems like every time I try to plug one of these in on a motherboard that does not have a shroud, I manage to get it backwards. Alright, let's see if it's happier with that. It's also possible this computer won't like the... No, I think that actually is backwards. Alright. Okay. Let's assume for a moment... I know that's dangerous, but let's assume for a moment that adapter is not making good contact with the board. Let me see if I can find the adapter that I sure thought I had out the other day. And I'm probably imagining an adapter that I didn't actually order. Wait. Okay. Actually, you know, that would be a good way of seeing if I actually ordered that adapter if I'm imagining it. Let me go look at my recent Amazon orders. No, I didn't actually order one recently. Aha. So I'm imagining an adapter that's why I can't find it. Alright. Alright, well, that wouldn't be the first time I've imagined an adapter up out of thin air. Maybe that was my thought, that I wished I had one of those adapters, not that I actually had one of those adapters in my hand. So now I need to find some conversion technology. Because I did the other day find, if I can remember where it is, I found an adapter that RetroTech Chris had given me, which may or may not be downstairs. I remember seeing it, but I don't remember where it was. So it's quite possible I don't have it down here. Let me look for a moment. Okay, it's not there. Alright. Oh, wait, here it is. Oh, here we go. That's right. So there's this adapter. It's a compact flash card adapter for a compact LTE or other laptop. And yeah, of course, now you see. Yeah, that's how I remembered RetroTech Chris gave it to me. He had a couple spares. Alright, and let me see here. As appropriate when I'm pulling adapters out from RetroTech Chris, somewhere I have an adapter I bought from from L&Y Electronics. I think this is it right here. It was $5 as is. So this is a standard IDE to laptop IDE adapter. So now we are going to take the compact flash card adapter from RetroTech Chris, and I'm going to plug it into the adapter I bought from L&Y, And it is quite possible that both happened the same trip to Northern Virginia. All right, there we go. And now I can plug the original IDE cable back into the motherboard. And now I can plug this adapter in, which has a little arrow beside pin 1. So I know I'm plugging it in right, even though there's no key pin. All right. And now I can plug this 512 megabyte compact flash card into the adapter. And I can plug the adapter into the Molex power connector here. And now, as long as I don't manage to short anything, let's see if the computer is happy. Now, if it doesn't like this, then it may not like the compact flash card. Oh, sorry. Forgot to switch to the capture input. Unfortunately, I don't have a hard drive activity light. Or wait. Oh, you know, I would if I'd plug this cable back in. There we go. No, I'm not seeing any hard drive Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's an activity LED there. Something tells me it doesn't like this compact flash card. Well, fine. If it wants to be that way, then there's like one last thing I can do. All right, let's see if that does anything while I look for... I've got a 340 megabyte hard drive down here. I just have to remember where I put it after I last used it. Or... Oh, well, that might... Or I'll just stick some other thing. Oh, wait a minute. That's a different error. Non-system disk or disk error. Replace and strike any key when ready. Wait a minute. Well, that should be a... Okay, that's weird. Because that should be a bootable compact flash card. Unless I corrupted it last time I was using it. Alright, okay. It's... I guess go tech time, because... it looks like I'm going to have to... Looks like I'm going to have to boot from a DOS disk, so I might as well go tech it. Alright. Alright, and since this compact flash card should have a bootable DOS on it. Or I thought it did. Let me see if I've got another. Here we go. 980. 32. Well, I was going to put SCSI in this anyways at some point, but I think the first thing I need to do is realize that I need to read this BIOS out because I'm concerned about its longevity, so... Alright. Tell you what. Something tells me I accidentally wiped this compact flash card. We'll let me set up the floppy drive. We'll boot into DOS, and we'll see if that drive has DOS installed on it. Alright. Oh, well that's weird. Okay. Apparently the BIOS screen locked up. Whatever. That's why there's a reset button on the computer. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Has to be like the most over-the-top BIOS. Okay, I do not know why the BIOS keeps locking up. Oh, I forgot to plug the GoTech in. Well, maybe that's part of the problem. I've told it it has a floppy drive, or... Okay. Whatever. Okay. Alright, well. Alright, I'm going to let it attempt to boot whenever it does finally decide to attempt to boot. There we go. And I'll wait for it to tell me non-system disk or disk error. And then I'll try to go into the BIOS. And if that doesn't work, then I think I see a jumper that might be a, like, clear CMOS jumper. Or I'll just need to wait, like, 5 minutes for the capacitor that's holding the BIOS settings to discharge. Yeah, that jumper kind of looks like that. There's like a jumper near the speaker. I mean, it's possible it's a... I'm willing to gamble it to try to clear... Oh, there's a couple other jumpers too. Francois just finally filled the form wanted to do for Monday. Excellent. Well, so does it work now? Sort of. Well, it's a quirky system for sure. And for some reason, it doesn't like my compact flash card that I thought was bootable. But anyways, okay. Now that I got into the setup and the setup didn't crash. Yeah, this computer is like really slow to start booting. Before I do anything else, since I had trouble reading the BIOS with my programmer, I want to dump the BIOS. That's what I'm trying to get to the point where I can do, is to dump the BIOS chip before I do anything else, including game on the system. This is like a really... I don't know why this computer is so slow to boot. It's almost like it's running at like molasses on a winter day speed. Alright, well... Alright, let's try the old reset button. Okay, I think it's set to seek the floppy drive. Oh, there we go. It is... Oh! Floppy fail/none. F2 for setup. Incorrect configuration and setup. Okay. So diskette A, 3.5 inch. Did I plug the cable in backwards? No? No, I'm pretty sure the cable's in right. Alright, let's take a look at what's going on here. Alright. So... So, pin 1. So it's marked pins 1 and 2 over here. So there's the red stripe. Maybe I didn't actually plug the cable. one right. Okay. I hope the floppy controller isn't dead. I mean, at least see which one the floppy controller is. Floppy system fail / none. Okay. Well. Okay, this would be really annoying. Okay. Okay, this Gotek is set for a PC, I believe. I was using it the other day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the purple ones work with at least some retro. This computer may not like it, but... Okay, so here's the original floppy drive. Let me see if I can find where I set the cable. Oh, there's the cable, because it had something on it, so... Alright, and the cable plugged in... Alright, so the cable plugged in like this. I just want to see what it does with the original floppy drive, because I don't remember it saying floppy fail. Because... Alright. And there's... Okay. And one there. Okay. And let me see here. Let's plug the power cable in. Yeah, the jury's still out on whether this one likes that Transcend card, but I've been able to use them with some... the purple Transcends with some computers. My IBM PC 350 is okay with them. Floppy fail / none. Well, that's a problem. I mean, I guess I can try plugging the cable in the other way in case the silk screen on the board is wrong, but... Oh, the floppy drive has a red LED. Okay, that is definitely... That cable is definitely in backwards now. Okay. That's how... If the floppy drive light turns on the moment you turn the case on, your cable's in backwards. So... Okay, I felt the floppy drive click when I powered it up. Floppy system fail / none. Maybe there is a broken trace on the bottom of the board. Jesse says it's been a long time since I've seen a floppy with a red LED. I don't know if it's possible to disable the floppy controller on this board. Now I wish I had the jumpers for this board. Is this a U221 V5 board? 2221. Alright, let's see if by chance I can find this on the retro web. (2221). Okay, no results there. Any clues as to who may have made this for KLH? What was the name on the back of the case? It was Premier Innovations. Premier. Okay, let's see if by chance Premier Innovations, PREM. No, they're not either. Okay. Alright, advanced search. Chipset is going to be the Headland HT-22. Is that what this says? HT-21/C. Okay. So, Headland HT-21, 386SX, 286 single chip, 20 megahertz. Alright. I don't know what the form factor of this board is, but it has two 16-bit ISA slots. No results. Alright. What about just for that chipset? Alright, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 7 boards with this chipset. And none of them look like this board. Oh, one's a PC chips motherboard that has a sticker on the chipset. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. Let me confirm through a board picture that I've got the chipset right. Headland HT-21. Okay. I'm gonna see if any of these by chance have any jumpers that resemble this board. Okay, so I think I identified the chipset correctly because I'm looking at pictures, and yeah, this is the HT-21C chipset. Unfortunately, none of these boards are it. Okay, so let me reset my search, and okay, so I'm gonna search for CPU type now, and this is, I believe, a PQFP100. And I'm going to be a little more generic and say any Headland chipset, just in case I've misidentified it. Alright, and there's 47 boards for chip type and chipset. I'm just looking to see if any of them look like this board. Maybe in the hopes that this board's in here, but it's got a wrong fact, or it's in there with one ISA slot instead of 2. No. Nope. No. Oh! This is the same chipset that's in my Emerson Elite SX386. How quaint. Wait a minute. I found a board, unknown 386SX-16 system. Ooh. Do. Oh, okay. We might be onto something here. I might have a candidate match. Jeremy says the closest form factor is LPX. Well, whoop, wrong one. I might actually have a potential. Now, this may not be the right board still, but every time I find an unknown system, it's always possible that, especially when the system information comes from Microhouse, they might have a few details wrong. So let's see how much of this matches with this board. All right. So it does have the keyboard controller in the right place. It has a chip here. The BIOS is actually physically here. There's JP4 and JP5. Do those exist on this board? Yes, JP5 is in that spot. JP4 is in that spot. Ooh, this might actually be the board. The floppy connector is labeled J2 on the board. That's a match. The IDE is labeled J4. That's a match. It does have the wrong number of pins on the power connector, but Microhouse has gotten information wrong before. It is showing both CPU and both NPU locations, so that's promising. All right, so do I have a jumper JP11 and JP12 in that approximate location? I've got JP12, and I can't see the legend on the other one. It might be JP11. Okay, so far so good. JP2, is there a JP2 on the front of the case? It's not populated, but there is. Okay, it's got 4 SIM sockets. JP3. Yes, there is a JP3, and it has 4 pins. All right, let's see. Was that JP301, 302, 303? I've got RP301. Okay, they're close. So there is a difference there. I see JP303, 305, 302. Okay, that might not disqualify this as being a match. JP300 does exist in that spot. And there's JP16. This might actually be the board. All right, let's see what we got here. And it's got Ahead video, 1 megabyte. No BIOS. No drivers. But we do have the Microhouse jumper settings. Okay, so it supports 4 megabytes onboard memory if this is correct. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so okay, JP3 is external battery. Oh, that would okay. I could put an external battery on this. That's good. JP4 is the reset switch, so that is correct. I cannot read the legends on the 3 ports on the back, so I don't know if those match. So let's see here. CGA emulation. IRQ2 disabled enabled. What's that set to right now? Oh, that's enabled. Okay, well that's kind of weird. Unfortunately, I was kind of hoping that maybe one of these would be like floppy port disabled. JP4's reset. JP5. Bummer. That is. Because I was kind of hoping that one of those would be like a disable for the onboard floppy port so that I could at least put a external floppy drive on this system. All right, I'm going to have to pull the board out. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get this computer gaming tonight, but I will give it my best shot. But I got to be able to boot something on it, and that either means I got to boot a floppy disk or, unfortunately, if I put a SCSI card on here, that would let me try to use a Blue SCSI, but the problem is I still need to be able to boot DOS so that I can install DOS. It's either that or I have to pull another computer out and use it, but quite honestly, I was hoping to at least get this computer to boot. But I do believe that that page on the RetroWeb is this board. It's too close of a match to ignore. I'll put it that way. I mean, I'll submit this board as that board, and maybe they want to add a different page if it's not a close enough match. But Microhouse has not had 100% success rate in documenting boards. I don't even know who Microhouse is. I think that might be from some of those like there's too much similar about this board for that to be a coincidence. Okay, let's Okay, so I read the BIOS out with the reader, but I'm not convinced that I have a good read. All right. This chip has some green on it, and it appears to be a gal, or a pal or a gal, so I guess it's going to be next for getting some socket TLC. I doubt it's responsible for the floppy controller, but stranger things have happened. Yeah. Okay, so I got the chip out. I'm probably going to remove its label to see if I can see what it is, to see if it's possible that I might be able to read it. All right, that's a little better. I mean, this chip could have some selection logic for the. I think this is the floppy controller because the part number is it's an SMC FD C37C65CLJP. But just because the part number starts with FDC, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's either the floppy drive controller or it's a multi-IO controller. It could very well. I mean, there's a UMC chip over near the serial and parallel ports that I think it might be the serial and parallel controller. All right. I just want to see what this chip is. I think it's going to be a GAL or a PAL. And it's probably protected if it is, but I can try to read it out. Because, I mean, it might not be protected. And it could be handy to know if it's, so it is, a PAL. It's a PAL. '20 PAL 20 something something something. Can't read it sideways. PAL 20 L8. Oh, so it looks like it's just a small PAL chip. PAL 20 L8 ACNS. All right, I guess let's see here. PAL. Oh, this reader may not support PALs. Okay. PAL. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, well, let me run the Mini Pro. Let's see what it supports. Does it support PALs? Ooh, it might. This is a... I don't know what brand it is. Okay, maybe it doesn't. 20... Oh, 20... Okay, that is kind of a weird part number. It says it's a PAL 20L8. I guess I don't have anything that'll read that chip. So contact cleaner will have to do. Alright. Let's take a look at these traces here that look fuzzy. Or do any of them look like they go to the floppy controller? So the floppy controller chip is right here. And I'm assuming that these vias right about in this area are going to the floppy controller. So these traces here, do any of these come around? Well, actually, they could go. Oh, actually, some of these traces might actually go to the IDE port. That might be why we couldn't boot, if those do actually go to the IDE port. Alright, I guess. Fortunately, I don't have a good way of tracing those. I guess we're going to have to do a little bit of solder mask removal and see if those are actually broken. Because I can't rule that out as. I mean, I was really hoping to boot this so that I could read the BIOS chip out and know that I had a successful readout in case I mess something up, but I can't boot this system in its current state. So, alright, I guess I will just have to be very careful with the solder mask removal. And hopefully... Actually, I'm kind of hoping I do find a broken trace, because that might mean I could fix it, but I only want to find one. If I have a whole bunch of broken traces, I might be in more trouble. But if I have 0 broken traces, then the floppy controller chip's probably bad. And, I mean, okay, there's one other thing I could do, just to see. There is this jumper here. It's not really marked what it does. And unfortunately, though, it doesn't look like it goes to the floppy controller. Alright. Good night, Francois. Alright, I guess let's take a look at the bottom of the board. I'm glad to look at the top too, but there's more iffy traces on the bottom. If I can find something that would explain the failures, then we got a shot at fixing this. Ooh. I don't know how well that's coming across on camera, but there is there is a trace that looks like it's broken there. Alright. Will I get my wish of only one broken trace? Alright, is the trace broken? Alright, so let's go the trace. Alright, so this is the trace immediately to its right. And I'm not getting continuity for some reason. Oh. Maybe because I'm not... Oh, there may be more than one break. This is not good. No, okay. That one, I think that one's fine. Maybe I just didn't... Oh, I may have not removed all the solder mask on the first one. Alright, let me carefully... Or there's something... Oh. Also, it looks like my multimeter probe is... bent. I may have to get the microscope out. Oh, okay, that trace is fine. It's just... I think I need to pull out my spare set of probes. Okay, that trace up... Alright. Spare probes. I think I have bent the... Alright. The good news is these are only like $6 or $7 a piece. The bad news is when you actually need a fine-tipped probe and you manage to mangle the tip, well, that's where you run into problems. Okay, they're not the highest quality probes in the world. Okay, so now I've got a brand new set. Okay, excellent. So this trace is definitely broken. Okay, the next one over. I think is also broken. The next one over, I think is also broken. Actually, I think all those traces are broken. Alright, I guess it's microscope time, because my multimeter... Alright, unfortunately, this is the point at where if I have trouble fixing this, I'm sending it to Steve. Because I have trouble with these fine pitch traces. It's not an eBay regret, but I'm very quickly learning that when Steve tells me I should buy something that, oh, there's still solder. Oh, that might just be solder mask on the... Oh, maybe it's not broken. Maybe I just still have solder mask on the traces. All right, I guess let me try that again. Yeah, next time I go to the same swap meet, if Steve tells me I need to buy something, I'm going to ask him why he's not buying it himself, because I think I need to learn the lesson. Because, I mean, granted, the first time, that's how I met Computer. Okay, that one's not broken, actually. That's not broken, because that's just solder mask. Ah, yeah, that's just solder mask. Alright, and then this one is not broken. Alright, I'll put some solder over that, because, I mean, there are a few little places where the trace is narrower than intended, but it's not broken. I just need to get the solder mask off that a bit more so I can do that. Okay. That's not... Alright. Guess let me... Alright, let's continue the solder mask removal. Alright, there's a couple spots that I didn't get the solder mask off all the way. That right there looks about the worst. They're around the, I think that was the battery pin. most of this just seems okay. Now, it wouldn't surprise me, though, if that is actually... Oh, well, that actually doesn't look that bad. It looks like someone put something on the board there. All right. Oh, that... Okay, so we may actually have a broken trace. Well, I guess I was hoping that maybe there was only one broken trace, and maybe... Actually, that kind of looks like that might be a... Alright, so let's see what the multimeter says. Yeah, it looks like a break to me, too. Maybe it's just the one. No, it's not a break. Or I had the probe on two traces. One. Well, I guess when I reflow over it with flux. Okay, so that's seemingly... There's continuity there. And there. Well, I guess when I put solder on that with flux. One of the multimeter probes was kind of bent, and I was having trouble touching one trace. That sure looks like a break there, but the multimeter says it's not. Maybe that's just... Maybe that's just solder mask? It was just solder mask. Yeah, they were the super pointy probes that got bent. They're not the best probes. They're like super cheap. I mean, I guess I can't complain for like the $6 or $7 they cost, but they do their job for a time, and then they inevitably get bent, and then they no longer do their job. What can I say? And I think that there's just yet another, yeah, that's just another place where the solder mask is not all the way off. Alright, well. Yep, that's just solder mask. Okay, so on at least the bottom side of the board, all the traces look fine, which I guess is good. Alright, I guess let's look at the other side. Unfortunately, the ones on the top side, I am less convinced that they have anything to do with the floppy controller. They are more likely to be broken, less likely to be the floppy controller. Yeah, I'm going to have to remove a couple components. Probably mainly the 4 diodes. The solder mask looks faded here, but I'm not going to worry about this too much because it looks more superficial than anything. Plus, in order to do anything to this, I'd have to remove these 2 sockets. But this is where the board actually kind of looked like it was black underneath the solder mask. So that's where I want to actually check for breaks. Although this board supports an external battery, so but still, some of these may be involved in the external battery circuit. So I guess I should probably go ahead and just remove them and check. All right, so take a picture of them. Okay. Now, so if I find broken traces, then hopefully fixing them will fix this board. But otherwise, I'm probably going to end up ordering a new floppy controller chip. Looks like I can find one of these vias that's... actually the problem, but... Alright, so... let me go ahead and mark where these components are. So I want to remove this... yeah, that diode, and this one here. And then I think it's these two here. Yeah, okay. And I took pictures of the board, but I'm also going to set these components on a little piece of tape. In their relative positions, just because they're, I don't know, they look similar, but they may be different. So I'm not going to assume they're all for the same diode. Well, there we go. I think that, yeah, all right. There's that diode. And then this one here. Yeah, that one's going to require a little more convincing. All right, let me break out the persuader. Very carefully, that is. Let me see if I can desolder the old pin while I'm here. No, that would be a no. Okay. I can get this old battery pin while I'm at it. Pretty sure that's what that is. Alright, that diode. There we go. There's diode number 2 is out. Yeah, that's the battery pin. Oh yeah, that battery pin is not going to come out. Okay, and then the last two diodes are over here. Add solder to those. Okay, so let's see here. I think one of these diodes is out. Okay. And the other one is having trouble on this pin here. Well, there we go. I think I got some new solder down there. But now, okay, so 4 diodes are removed. hoping that I don't have to remove too much more from this board. Ah, all right. See you, Francois. See, normally, and I don't know if it's just because I'm less likely to buy boards that I know I'm going to have trouble repairing. I sometimes will not buy a board if I see that it's got extensive battery damage. And it could be because I've got a negative feedback loop, because I'll try to fix boards that have battery damage. I'll rip a bunch of traces, not successfully manage to fix them, and then am less likely to try again. Wash, rinse, repeat. Because I realize that those could be some of the boards that I might get the best deal on, because especially if they're obviously battery damaged. I'd like to get these pins out of the board too. They'll affect my ability to... Okay, I'm not worried about ripping the via for the battery, because if that's damaged for the actual battery posts, well, I'll use the external battery connector. But I would like to get the pin out, because it'll affect my ability to get to the traces beside it with the Dremel. Alright, well, I think that's... Alright, let's see. All right. So now that I got those off, I definitely see that we've got a bigger problem with this board. Okay, I know that there were 0 broken traces on the bottom of this board before I removed those diodes. Now I'm feeling pessimistic. All right, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, great. I got more broke. Okay, this board is quickly went from I've got this to I don't have this at all. Okay, I knew the top side of the board was going to be bad under the battery. I was expecting that. But what I was not expecting was traces to just come off the board removing diodes that weren't anywhere close to them. I mean, I knew we had breaks here, but right under the battery, but I'm going to have to hope that the pictures I got of the board are good enough that I can see where those traces might have gone. Something tells me if I tried to power this board up now, it's not going to post. Although, maybe I should test that, because maybe I'll find that those traces are not critical for posting, and maybe that would be a sign that they're for the floppy or hard drive. Although I bet some of those are for the keyboard. And my pessimism gets coupled with the fact that the chat dies down, and well, I got 6 people viewing. All right, I guess these repairs might be out of my league. I don't get how that happened unless it's like removing those diodes just like burned the board or something. That doesn't make any. I don't know what happened here, because there were no breaks here, and now there's like a lot of breaks. I mean, maybe the board was just this bad, and I don't I don't get how it. I don't know what I did that just like. This is like the kind of repair I am going to have to probably scrub my own live stream very carefully and try to draw a picture of the way it's supposed to look, because I can't even. There's not even enough of the board left to see where the tracks were. I mean, it looks like I got a trace here, possibly two that's broken. And I got a trace here that. I'm going to have to hope that there's enough information in the live stream to fix that, because there are no schematics for this board. I mean, I'm almost tempted to power the board up and see what it does, because if it does the same thing it was doing, then at least I know, okay, that all these traces have something to do with IDE and floppy, but looks like the Dremel did it. Oh, great. Well, I did accidentally adjust the speed. Maybe I set it to the wrong speed when I tried to set it back. I don't know. This is exactly why I don't buy overly battery damaged boards. Something happens and then it'll just sit in my repair pile for years. Yes, Justin is very bummed right now because Dremel did bad thing. It late. Justin bad at fixing traces that are close together. Live stream objectives not met. I just wanted to play games on this thing, and yet another computer battery damage that I. All right, there is a piece of plastic over top of the copper shield, so I will not short. I should not short anything out. I mean, maybe I should put a piece of Captain tape. No, actually, that could cause more damage pulling the tape off to repair that. I will just. A piece of plastic will be enough, and I just won't press down on the board, on this side of the board. In fact, maybe I'll stick something plastic under the board to raise it up a little bit on this side, just so that I'm sure it's not going to touch. I want to power it up just to see if I've killed it, or if maybe we're still where we were, where I have no floppy and hard drive. Okay, so I'll give it power. I'll give it video. We'll see what it does, and if it beeps... Okay. We got power. No. Okay. Wait. Okay. Yep, that confirms it. The board is in worse shape. Bummer. Okay, well, that's... I think that's where I'm going to have to call the stream for tonight, because I'm in no mood to start to repair those traces. Thanks, Gut Bomb. I guess at some point I'll have to face my fears with this board too, but that's not going to be tonight. Because it's like almost 11:40 and I'm tired, and if you're interested in not doing the work, you can send it my way and I could give it a shot. Send it to me, not send it to Malaysia. Yes, got it. Got bomb. Yeah, I might consider that. Might send it to Steve. Might send it to you. I might give it a try first. Okay, I am going to try something here. So, on the RetroWeb Discord, there's a ROM check feature. So, I did dump the ROM. I wasn't sure if it's a valid dump. So, alright. Alright, so I'm going to scroll down. And... well, I'm going to put... okay, I am first making sure that Discord is not showing anything personal on the screen. I have also moved it to keep the channels I'm subscribed to private. Alright, I do not see any private information on the screen. All you can see is the RetroWeb. Okay. So, I've got the bin file that I read out. The command on the RetroWeb Discord to check the ROM is !B. So we can see that someone earlier today tried to check a 7-zip file, which it doesn't support. You have to give it the bin. So, alright, let's see what happens. Did I get a good dump, or is it going to tell me it's not recognized? Oh, well, it would help if I hit the... oh, it would probably help if I hit the enter key into the Discord window. Alright, 3, 2, 1... Well, I'm going to presume that because it analyzed it, that it might actually be a good read of the ROM. Okay, so I guess it's not a complete failure. I got a good read of the ROM, despite thinking otherwise. I did get pictures of the board before I destroyed it. So I guess I can at least give the... Oh, and I think the ROM dump thing told me something. The sign-on says Unitron Incorporated. I wonder if Unitron might be the OEM that made this board. That would explain a part number that's on this board that says U2221V5. I'm wondering if Unitron made this for KLH and whatever that other company was, Premier Innovations or something like that. Yeah, Premier Innovations Inc. and KLH Computer. I'm wondering if Unitron OEM, it was the OEM. Alright, well, at least I guess I could get some information to the retro web. And I mean, I really wish we could have gotten it to run games, because here's the thing you all don't know, because we never got that far. I've had a whole stack of stuff sitting beside me. I was hoping we'd get to maybe pick some things out, because I went through and I looked for all of my 16-bit sound cards, and I have like most of them sitting here because I didn't know which one I might pick for this system. Probably not that one, but I knew Jeremy wouldn't let me get away with not having it in the pile of cards. Got a ESS 688 there. And I think I got a 1688. See, there we go. There's another one. It's a Sound Blaster 16. Probably really nothing special. I mean, I had a Blue SCSI waiting. I had there's a math coprocessor in there that I know works because it was in my Emerson Elite. I had another math coprocessor for it. I got another math coprocessor. It's not tested. Oh yeah, I had a Trident video card. I was going to borrow the VRAMs out of it for because I can't find my 44 256s for some reason. I had a SCSI card from the swap meet, hence the Blue SCSI external that I was going to put together. And I even had some network cards so I could try the XT-IDE Universal BIOS. But, well, I guess tonight was not the night to... Jeremy says, honestly, I would run an ESS. Yeah, that might make the most sense for this computer. That was actually kind of the direction I was sort of leaning, because this Sound Blaster card is for a proprietary CD-ROM, which I can't install on this machine. So that wouldn't help. However, my ESS cards, both that one and this one, both have an IDE port on them. So while I wouldn't be able to install an IDE CD-ROM, I mean, there are things that could be handy to have an extra IDE port in a small computer. Although, not one that you can't disable it. Yeah, this I'll probably put in something else. This actually, I think... Well, it's not the right revision of the card, but I know what that one I'd really probably use it for, too. Anyways, yeah, I had all these cards setting aside, and I'm going to have to put them somewhere overnight so they don't, like, fall over. But yeah, I had like, all of the ISA sound cards I could find set aside waiting to use them. Well, we'll just have to pull them out some other time. So yeah, Wheel of Regrets was a bust. This computer, well, I got a good BIOS dump, but well, then I messed it up with the Dremel. I'm going to have to take the blame on that because the Dremel has no brain to blame. And, well, at least I got a good BIOS dump, even if I managed to have more failures than successes tonight. At least I did remember to go get some little Ziploc bags for putting screws in. So, there we go. Oh, I am going to remove my keycap puller from the machine, because otherwise I'll be looking for it later. So, yep. I'll deal with that after I end the stream. Making sure I know where the floppy and hard drive are for this. So, oh, I guess there was one thing I could do. I could see if maybe the eBay seller replied to me. I've got 10 plus messages on LinkedIn. Yeah, that's nice, LinkedIn. Let's see, that's the eBay purchase I made earlier this afternoon. Oh yeah, Sean Gallagher, welcome. I see I had YouTube subscriber while I was live streaming. Nope, I don't think the eBay seller's gotten back to me yet, so I'll give them like a day or so, and if they don't respond, then probably I'll just have to kick off the return, because it's kind of one of those, I mean, it looks like the card could be failing because of those two broken traces, but do I really want to gamble $50 that those two traces are the only problem with the card? It's kind of one of, that's why I didn't just try to repair that Mach 32 card, because the moment I try to repair it, I won't be able to return it. If that's not the only problems with the card, then yeah, I'd have two broken Mach 32 cards, and I don't think, and the first one's broken in a way that it's not like I could use its parts to make another one working, potentially. However, it's broken in a way that it's a parts donor, but I would have to know that, yeah, I mean, if I still don't get a display after fixing those two traces, what's the problem? I mean, there's so many things on a video card that could cause no display. So, that's where I'll just have to think long and hard. Do I want to return the card, or do I want to try to fix it? It'd be one thing if I, like, someone gave me the card, or I got it, like, really cheap. But it's another thing when I pay, like, what I think's a fair price for it. It's like, and that's another thing if I'm like, no, I overpaid for it. Like, certain computers that I've yet to admit how much I paid for them, because I was going to wait until it was fully working. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with the Mach 32 card. It's like, at the moment, it's kind of my decision would probably be to return it, because it's not like it's a problem that has one specific solution necessarily. Because for all I know, those two traces have nothing to do with the video out. But they could very well. I mean, I don't know what they go to. one of them could be some RAM signal that it's not going to work without it. I don't have schematics for the board to even be able to venture a guess as to what those two traces do on the card. So anyways, yeah, we'll see what the eBay seller might say. It might be a seller that I won't get a response till tomorrow morning. Their response might be return the card. We'll see. So we'll have to update that regret score later. And then this computer as well. Yeah, it's going to require more work. I'll let you know, Gut Bomb. I might take you up on the offer. I may not be like right away, though. So yeah, with that, I guess Thursday. We've got the oh wait, scooted the chair the wrong way. See, it's been YouTubers can't point. Come on, it's been hanging out back there the whole time. There it is. There's Thursday's topic. See, I mean, there it is, it's right there. Yep, I'm as psyched for Vic 20 fun. Jeremy says, on that bombshell. Sloopy's saying, fix it, and I don't know what it is. Sloopy, I would love to fix this computer that I tried to work on tonight, but I'm going to have to watch my own live stream to draw out how many traces there should be and where they go, because my Dremel did a disservice. As for the Mach 32 card, it's going to depend on how much money I'm going to have in it to risk. So, it's like, if I knew those two traces were the problem, then I'd probably try to fix it. If the eBay seller would be okay with me trying to fix it, I will pose that. If I think they might be cool enough to let me try it, I might pose the question. And if they're willing to let me try to fix it first, then trace the trace. Yeah, I gotta watch the live stream to trace the traces, Sloopy. The Dremel, the Gut Bomb went back and watched the live stream. Apparently, my Dremel did some damage that I didn't realize it was doing at the time. Oh, Sloopy's imitating the Muppet Show song. I just realized. Fix it, trace the traces, light the lights, watch the Muppet Show tonight. Well, Jeremy, what? I don't know if we'll play Omega Race on that VIC 20. I don't even know if it works. So anyways, I will probably go watch my live stream. I'll try to figure out how many traces I'm in for on this computer. And then that's when I'll make a decision whether I'm going to try it or whether I'll seek professional help. And because on the one hand, it's just a 386SX-16, but on the other hand, it is in this quite adorable low-profile case that takes up so little room. And it's got teal feet. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if it really came down to it, if I really wanted to know how bad Ahead graphics were, I'm sure at some point my saved search on eBay will turn up one, and maybe it will be reasonably priced. Sloopy says Gut Bomb can fix it. Yeah, I may very well send it to Gut Bomb. It may not be right away, but my penchant for finding eBay regrets may or may not have bought another potential regret earlier today. Alright, well, let me at least put the floppy drive and the hard drive and the cables with this computer, because it would be a shame if I misplaced them. It's kind of one of those. This is like like one of those computers that is like so... The specs are so underwhelming, it's like... Meh. But it's also just this cute little form factor that... I mean, the case is certainly nothing to write home about. In fact, the case is actually cheaper than you might imagine. It's like entirely plastic with spray painted RF shielding paint on it. I mean, it's like... In fact, I don't think there's any brass inserts on any of the fasteners on this case. And someone in the past has removed screws and didn't do the back it out before screwing it in trick. So, there's that. I mean, this thing is like cost reduced, but it's such a cute little form factor. Sloopy says I need to fix it and run Minix on it. Well, if I wanted to be totally historically accurate, I need to run QDOS 3 on it, because that's what the label says on the front of it. Someone had QDOS 3 running on it. Anyways, it's not going to be fixed tonight. I'm about to end the stream because I'm tired and I'd have to... Wait a minute. Why do I have a teal color? Oh, I found a jumper on my bench from... It's a teal colored jumper that's almost the same color as the feet of this computer. But now I remember it was one of the boards I was testing on Dave's stream. That's where that came from. Anyways, yeah. So, I'll put this in my repair pile. No, it takes more than that to put it directly in the scrap pile. It'll go in the repair pile. I'll figure out what to do to it. It's just like such a cute little computer. And we'll just have to pick another computer to put a SCSI card in. I mean, maybe the thing I bought on eBay earlier today might be a good candidate. I don't know. We might have to see. I'm not going to admit to what I bought yet. It's possibly to replace another thing you've seen on the channel before that last time I tried to power it up, I realized that I think it's failing and probably not repairable. Jeremy's asking, is it beige? No, the item I bought is not beige. However, it could go in beige. That's how I'll put it. It might also... Yeah, and it's to replace something that you've seen on the channel before. If I mention what it is, well, then you'd know what I bought. I at least want to leave a little bit of a surprise there. But yeah, it's to replace something that I had trouble the last time I tried to use it. And I got because it's actually something that every time I've tried to use it, I've had more and more trouble getting it to work. And the last time I tried to use it, I realized that it is failing and it's probably not repairable. No, Sloopy, Sloopy's asking, I bought a prosthetic arm. No, it's a computer part or peripheral or thing. It goes in a computer. We'll put it that way. It goes in a computer because sometimes I look for things that make me go. Or in this case, that make the computer go. So on that note, I guess, yeah, this was not the night for games. Will this computer game? It's TBD. Will the SCSI card have game? Yeah, probably. Sloopy's asking robotic arm. No, it's not a robotic arm. Anyways, yeah, I think that's where I'm going to call the stream to an end, because I gotta take care of the potential avalanche of sound cards before I go to bed. So anyways, I'd like to thank you all for joining me. I wish we could have had a happier ending, but sometimes these old computers that have had Varda batteries leak on the motherboard turn into worse repair cases than you think they will. Also, kind of looking at, okay, I'm pointing at it, but you can't see it for the item that's on top of it. But yeah, there's like another Varda damaged item that I'm pointing at. And there's another Varda damaged item that, well, I'm pointing at it, but the air handler's in the way. Yeah, I've got a couple of Varda damaged items that this is just another one that I tried to repair and got in over my head. This one, I don't know, this one might be... No, I won't say it's the worst. I think the one that is underneath that object there... Bonus points if anyone can guess what that is. I don't know how well the color's showing up on YouTube, but yeah, if anyone can guess what that is, bonus points. But yeah, the item that I'm pointing at is underneath it, because I don't know why I put it there. Anyways, yeah. I do need to do something with that object one of these days. That and the pink item on top of it. But I'm pointing to the thing that's underneath that you can't see because it's small. But yeah, Varda damaged things. One of these days I'll actually manage to fix one on a stream, but tonight is not that night. So at some point we will game with a system that will surprise us with its gaming prowess. The KLH Champion 386 is not that item, at least not tonight, not this week. No, Sloopy, I don't need to buy any more 2CIs. I finally have one that's working, so no, I didn't buy a 2CI. Jeremy would be more likely to guess what I'm replacing if he put like 2 and 2 together. He could probably take a good guess at what I'm replacing. Yeah, might have something to do with the brand I've mentioned during the stream. That's all I'm going to say. And with that, happy thought. Thank you for joining me tonight. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, being cool. Jeremy's not saying, but I'm sure he'll like text me at some point and ask. You are totally allowed, Jeremy. You can ask. If you guess it, I'll let you know. If you don't guess it, I'll let you know. You probably have a good guess at what I'm replacing. But anyways, yeah, thanks for hanging out in the chat. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications if you aren't already, because someday this computer will be back on the bench, hopefully working. Who knows? Maybe if I get some data to the retro web, who knows? Maybe I might find someone else with one of these computers, or I don't know. Somehow, even there's a funny thing that you send data to the retro web, and then things like this show up on eBay. Who knows? I mean, the possibilities are endless, especially now that I have an idea what the board is, and I can submit it to the retro web. So now, they may not agree that it's that same board, but it's certainly close enough that I think I can make the argument that there was a few jumpers that have different labels, but overall it seems like it's the same board. But anyways, yeah. So subscribe and turn on notifications, because you won't want to miss the fun. YouTubers can't point. You don't want to miss the fun with the VIC-20 that, where is it? There it is. It's behind me. My chair's in the wrong spot. That's why I can't point to it. There we go. There it is. You see the VIC-20 there. It's in line for Thursday. And you can look at the thumbnail of Thursday stream and you'll see that there might be something interesting inside. There could be tumbleweeds inside. Who knows? We'll find out Thursday. If I open it up Thursday and there's tumbleweeds inside, then don't worry, we'll just pull one of the other VIC-20s out. I've got two VIC-20s that need something done with their keyboard. So don't worry, if that VIC-20 has tumbleweeds inside and all of the accoutrements that's visible on the outside are like connected to nothing, I've got other VIC-20s, we'll look at them. So you don't have to worry about that. And then there's many more fun computers coming. So, no gut bomb. I have resisted the temptation to open it up. Although I'm joking about there being tumbleweeds inside. I can tell there is a motherboard in there. But for all I know, there's no chips in the motherboard. It could have all the chips removed. I purposely have been saving it unopened so that you can get my real live reaction, because you deserve it, because I only paid $5 for it. So in reality, if I open it up and there's no chips inside of it, I still got my $5 worth out of just the way the case works. Looks. I mean, I could do worse on eBay. I have done worse on eBay. I've got a VIC-20. I have not admitted on stream how much I paid for it yet. So, yes, I could do worse on eBay than $5. So, there. If anything, I've got what looks like a keyboard and a case, although it's dirty, and the case has switches and buttons on it. I mean, Slippy says, is there a snake in my boot or VIC-20? Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, Gutbomb says, I wouldn't have been able to wait. I'd have looked at it the night I bought it. Yeah, I'm doing it for you all. That's definitely worth a turning on a notification of when the stream starts on Thursday. So go to my channel, go to the live streams, find Thursday's stream. It'll be the only one that's still scheduled. And go tell eBay to notify you when I go live. So the fact that I have yet to open that thing should be worth you going and clicking the notify button on the live stream. I mean, seriously, and I got stuff to do tomorrow night, so it's not going to get open until Thursday at this point. So, yes, there will be surprise. I'm getting tired. And it will be honest, because all I can tell you is that VIC-20 has a red button on it, 3 switches, and 3 RCA jacks, and I can see ribbon cables running inside of it through the cartridge port. Past that, I don't know what's in it. I'm saving it for you all. Jeremy says, I've yet to test my color computers. Well, I've yet to test that VIC-20, and I hope you'll be here Thursday to join me for that, because we'll have fun. And maybe, hopefully, I might actually play... what's the cartridge game I have? Oh, yeah, Omega Race. So, yeah, don't let me go the whole stream without popping in Omega Race on something, Gut Bomb. As long as I have a working keyboard. Or wait, does that require a joystick? Oh, which should be fine. I have an Atari joystick on that shelf. I think it's behind the... I think it's like right there. I do have an Atari joystick. It's a joystick. Play with the keyboard too. Okay, well, I've got a joystick. It's on the shelf. I'll make sure I pull it out. Anyways, thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. I am actually going to close the stream out now because I'm getting tired. I gotta put the pile of sound cards away so that they do not fall. I also need to set the my VIP board somewhere better than it is now, and because it's actually in a quite precarious spot right now too. I would say I don't want to knock it over, but it wasn't in such a bad place that it couldn't get knocked over, but I did knock it over, and now I don't want to lose the contents of the box, because that's not the only thing in the box. So yeah, I gotta take care of that too before I forget about it, and then knock contents of the box out. So with that, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your day or evening, as the case may be. Hope to see you here next time. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.